Hey, this is Automat Live Coding, the stream where we write Automat, a desktop automation app. And recently we are working towards a macro that can automatically level up alchemy in Skyrim. It's a fairly complex task that requires some logical decisions, like we have to control the flow of execution through our macro. And to do that, we are using the duct tape of computing, the assembly. So this is essentially what we decided we will use for ad hoc logic in Automat, just to make it possible to implement all sorts of computing primitives. Now, one key element of assembly are conditional instructions, conditional jumps, conditional moves. That's about it. That's about all of the conditional instructions you get in assembly. And each of them can be parameterized. So there is this condition. I created 16 examples of the same instruction, just parameterized slightly differently. In assembly, they are different instructions altogether, but from the Clang compiler perspective, this is all the same instruction with just a different condition operand. Anyway, we spent the last, week or two designing this widget so that it looks nice. This is how it looks right now. Since the last stream, I fixed some visual glitches, very tiny things. I changed the icons, so now we have the icon for overflow, which looks like a single drop. I felt that 3 drops were too small, too hard to read. So this is the default zoom, and the drop should be readable at this zoom level. I think I will change this icon a little bit more, because this crack looks a little bit strange. You can see some things there, but yeah, I will probably do this. So this is one thing I might do today. Then we have this no overflow icon. I changed the design of the no overflow icon to more resemble the not equals. So the strike through that we have in not equals, we're using the same symbol so that they don't stand out. And I moved the wave animation so that instead of animating the symbol itself, because we want to maintain this illusion of symbols being printed there. So symbol is printed on some kind of another layer of paper below our card. So within this glass bowl, now we have some water splashing around. And it's very subtle, but there is some distortion, right? So the water actually distorts the paths underneath. While doing so, I discovered some very nice drawing primitives that Skia offers, but I think I will talk more about them another time, when we need them. We can do crazy stuff. We can do crazy stuff with layers in Skia. But okay, the point of the stream today is to allow us to scroll through different values of conditions. So conditions, there are just 16 of them, and we could just have implemented this using our many. So we have many that we could just put 16 items around, and by pressing right mouse button and moving the mouse, we could, I executed this. We could quickly switch through the conditions. We will do this anyway, but I'm not doing this right away because even though our radial many is nice and I would like to use it, I feel that radial many is not the most discoverable way to show this. I think most of the interaction in Automat should happen not through context menu, but through the primary mouse button. So just because this is also how touchscreens work. If we want to make Automat work nicely on touchscreens, we cannot really use too much of this radial menu, because radial menu is on a touchscreen. It's going to be slow to invoke, because we either have to long hold or use some modifier and multi-touch to invoke the radial menu. Anyway, primary mouse button should be enough to control Automat. That's the goal. Yeah, and the menu with 16 options will be hard to navigate. It will be hard to see different values around. So yeah, we should not... we should be careful about using radial menus. Okay, so the goal is to scroll through those values. Recently, on the future of coding, or fear of clicking, as it is called now, there was a thread by Ivan Rees where he showed a cool input method. So this is how it looks. This is a demo. This is an input method which allows scrolling in arbitrary direction and even circular motion. And notice notice where the center of the movement is now. So the center of the movement actually follows the mouse, which is really, really nice. This is like a very elegant gesture, which should be fairly intuitive. Like, you can control it any way you want. If it's convenient for you to move mouse in small circular motions, you can do that. If it's more convenient to you to move the mouse in any direction, it gives the user a lot of freedom. So I really like this kind of input method. So I took a look at the code and I played with it. So for the past half an hour I was playing with this, and I started reading the code, and it's super elegant. Like, first of all, it uses CoffeeScript, which is just a nice dialect of JavaScript, which just puts the logic in front, hiding any syntactic features. Still, it's very readable. I used to code in CoffeeScript a long time ago, but I don't remember all of the language rules. Still, it's very easy to read. So I started looking at this, and we have a couple. So first we have some general like utility functions. Then we have the state. State is very small, looks nice. We have a couple numbers, one array, couple points. Then we have update function, which is invoked with p, which I guess is the current position on screen. And we can see a few, what is this condition? A few blocks. So this block here, it is a very nice and elegant trick which maintains only a tail of some fixed length, essentially. So we are not storing all of the points, since the user kind of touched the screen, but only some of them. And the way this is done here is that the points are just dropped from the end until we get desired length, which is sweet. It's very, very nice. I think this could possibly be... So I know how events look in Automat when we get the mouse events. We are getting a ton of mouse events. I have a gaming mouse, so it sends 1000 mouse events per second. And it sends them with sub-pixel accuracy. So even when my mouse doesn't move even a pixel, I'm still getting some tiny motion being sent to Automat. So I cannot really keep all of those points. I think we will have to, if we want to reproduce this approach, we will have to come up with a more clever algorithm to drop the points, to simplify this line. But this should be doable. This is a very clever trick. It simplifies so much. And okay, so this is the first trick. We are keeping a tail of the motion. So when the user presses on screen and moves the cursor, you can imagine a short trail following the mouse. So this is what's happening here. The next part is also kind of cool because we are finding the bounding box of this tail and trying to identify the center point. Okay, so this is how we can scroll, vertically and then start doing this circular motion, and suddenly we are switching to circular input. And if we are bored with it, I guess we can... Okay, now it doesn't switch. There are some, let's say, failure conditions where the algorithm kind of locks into specific input mode. I don't think they are big issues, but they are there. Anyway. So the next part that we have here is that the center of the bounding box, right? Where is it? Is it when I press the mouse button and start doing this? Should it be like where I press the mouse button or here? And the solution that Ivan came up with is to slowly interpolate the center point from here towards the mouse. And this interpolation gets faster the more inputs we get. And it is configured that after we get 100 mouse updates, we're just switching to recent center. And initially we are using the center point here. So maybe that didn't work. Yeah, depending on the distance, it switches to different modalities, different modes. Anyway, so those are 3 super nice tricks combined, and yeah, this is just awesome. So next we have this computed value function, which I actually didn't read it fully. So we have some condition logic which chooses between one of the input modes. So either we use angular input or we use one of the directions to scroll. Okay, and it seems that the switch between the different input modes is very sharp. So this is why I've been experiencing some situations like, okay, like this, where, okay, I can increase the value, and then it switches to the other side. So the direction that the circular motion goes and the linear motion go, they are not always in agreement. So we sometimes have the direction flip. I still don't fully understand why when I do this circular motion a lot, right? When I do this a lot, the linear input kind of stops working. Now we are in the circular input mode. It tracks the center correctly, but we are not able to scroll up and down anymore. I think this is because of this usage tracker. So this usage tracker, which switches between modes, it's like the key component for switching between modes. Yeah, I think this is what's forcing the Angular input. When I was looking at the code, I noticed that there is this desired length variable, which is computed as something higher than current radius. So the thing is, when I drag my mouse over a long distance, the bounding box and the algorithm is going to think that I am using really large radius. So this value is going to grow and grow. But I noticed that this can still be switched to Angular input if I just make sufficient many turns. So I think this squareness here, this is what's helping with the recovery. Anyway, so I have an idea for how we can implement this input here. And the idea is, so after I read the initial part of this algorithm, this is super elegant. I think keeping the tail of the gesture and trying to do some simplifying operation on it, this is the way to do this type of gesture. The thing is, I think we can do this differently. So I think we'll still have to track like the center of a circle and this kind of stuff, but I think once we have a tail, we could try to fit a circle to the mouse trail, and based on the position of the mouse on this circle, we could do the scrolling. The thing is, when we fit a circle to a straight line, so fitting a circle to a straight line is like, a straight line is a special type of circle with infinite radius. So I think we can handle linear motion by modeling it as a circle with infinite radius. So when I press here and start moving, we'll keep track of those points, find the center of the circle, which could probably be like at the infinity even, and then we will find how far we are traveling along this circle's radius. And if the distance along the radius is sufficiently large, then we will switch to the next value here. And we can pick maximum of the distance and the angular value. So very large circles will still work, and we should still be able to do this kind of movement. And the nice advantage of this is, I think, that if we design the class carefully, we could even tie this to our drawing code, so that if you are, for example, scrolling like that, we could draw the icons in a circle that matches your motion. So the icons will behave similarly to the alignment of the icons is going to represent the internal state of our gesture. Just to provide feedback to the user how the scrolling works. So if the user scrolls right, the icons will align themselves in a straight line. If the user scrolls to the up and down, the icons will align vertically. If the user scrolls diagonally, the icons will align themselves diagonally. If the user scrolls in the center, the icons will be aligned in a circular motion. The icons will be aligned in a circle, with even the current icon possibly even potentially like shifting the center of the circle around and the curvature of the circle. Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting, and I'm not sure if we should prototype this in JavaScript first. I think JavaScript could be faster, but no, let's go straight to C++. So we want so the type of knob that we are going to track is that so let's define the algorithm that we want. So our knob gesture is going to track the tail of the we're going to track this tail of mouse positions. And we are going to continuously try to fit a circle use yeah, and that's pretty much it. Now, in addition to this knob gesture, we also want to have a decent widget, which is going to be clear, like how to use this. So, what should our widget do? First of all, it should change the mouse cursor, because this gives visual feedback about what you can do. Then when you hover, I think this icon could do a small initial movement, just wiggle to indicate that, hey, you can change this. And then I also want to be able to quickly switch between different values by clicking. Clicking is very convenient. I don't want to have to drag everything on screen all the time. So I have this idea that maybe if I click it, we could do a spring motion, so that when you click it, it will kind of jump and snap back. But if you release it fast enough, this springy motion should switch to the next value, essentially. So this wiggle on mouse press should transition to next. So if the mouse is released quickly when I click, this wiggle should just switch to the next option. And if the mouse is held, it should snap to the mouse position. spring actually. We have nice spring animation. This is what we are going to use here. Okay. Anything else? We should probably have nice sound effects, but I don't want to do too many different things. Let's focus on the focus on the knob gesture, and then we will do everything else. It's probably too much for a single day, but we'll see. Okay, I don't think we'll be copying the code itself. Let's start with designing the class for this knob gesture, because I would like the knob gesture to be hopefully independent from the rest of Automat source code. I would like to only base this on C++ standard library. Larger. Okay, the interface for our knob. First of all, when it's constructed, we will probably need to pass we should call this knob gesture. Okay, I think we will need to... Are we going to need time to do this? I actually wonder. Does the knob gesture... Is it time dependent? I think it might not be. We definitely need some... it's probably not time dependent because I think there are situations where you need to do fine adjustments. So where you have, for example, this circular motion can be used to very carefully position, the value that you want to get out. But this requires time, so the user needs to do this slowly. So I think having time will cause issues for us. Let's remove it from the equation. So let's start with just the center. Okay, this is unfortunate. I think if we want to use positions, we are going to need Automat's math. I can do this. And now I don't really need to use Automat's math, but okay, I think my goal of making this Automat independent is going to fail because we just have too many utilities that we will use. Okay, I will try to model this after our action class. So we are periodically getting the update. Okay. And I think this knob, whenever it's created, should get some initial position. Maybe as a second argument. Next, whenever we do this update, we want to get the new position. So how do we output it? I think we could just have the output value here. In terms of scaling this value, I think we should parameterize this. So we should have some distance where traveling by this distance should increase the value by 1. For example, 1 centimeter, something like that. I don't have units here. I'm not sure if 1 centimeter is, it's probably too large. Let's say, we will tweak this. So another parameter that we will probably want to have here would be the angle. So how far do we need to scroll? In degrees, essentially. And let's say, I don't know, 45 degrees. Sure, let's use this namespace. This is because we are implementing this in a namespace. Okay, if you don't know what's the syncos class, it's 8-byte value that can hold an angle, and it's robust. It has very fast utilities for working with those angles, like doubling the angles, computing sine and cosine is super fast, faster than for regular angle as degrees. Okay, and maybe we could track center in a parameter so that it doesn't have to be passed in a constructor. And maybe no need for an initial position. Okay, so this is center, unit angle, unit distance. We should have a history of points. Okay, we need something where we will remove values from the middle. Okay, this is a rare situation, but I think... Actually, no. I think vec will be the right... I think dec will be the right struct here. I think dec will be better than list because I think most of the simplification of the shape is going to happen at the end, in the most recent points. So we will be probably popping the final point. For example, if they form a line, or if they are too close. And we'll be removing stuff from the start. Yeah, if the line is too long. So dec. Just better for memory access. So this is our private data. I'm not marking this as private because maybe I will want to use this eventually. Okay, and we can say that the initial value is 0, so that now after constructing the knob you can tweak those values, and the update is going to do the heavy lifting of tracking the mouse pointer and advancing the value, the center, this kind of stuff. And yeah. Interface looks very, very simple. Let's see if this is packed correctly. Okay, so I'm checking those values because I'm looking for padding. We don't have any padding anywhere, so this takes 100 bytes, mostly because of this deck container. I'm wondering, maybe instead of deck, because 80 bytes is like 20 points, right? A point is 8 bytes. So instead of using deck, we could have a 20-point array. Anyway, let's create a knob CC. Cool. Everything's initialized. Actually, I can even remove the default constructor. Who needs it? Okay, next thing we should do is so we are putting the point in the history, so we have at least one point in history now. I think here we should fit a circle to the history. So to put this in pseudocode. Our array of points, and our center is going to be a reference, because we are going to tweak it here. Okay, and this looks like a job for maybe DeepSeek. DeepSeek is good at those mathy kind of tasks. Okay, next we should trim the history. So if to which points we should remove? This is the question. So if we have a line which goes like S, each of those points could be important. So if you imagine me like tracing a circle using a squiggly, line, the rules that we choose here will dictate whether the small circular motion will cause the center of the movement to move. Or not. So I think that a good idea was to use the radius computed from this circle. I think so. The solution that Ivan wrote uses two radii, two times the circumference of the circle. I think. Yeah. I think two circumferences could be slightly too much. We could keep one. So this is the minimal distance that we want to keep. So this is one thing. But also, actually, radius. We don't have radius and we don't have center. I forgot about this. We have, because the circle could be a line, like the circle could have infinite radius. So we should be able to not store the
low pass effect.
center, but the curvature at current point. Yeah, storing center is it's actually wrong.
Low pass effect.
So when the curvature is positive, we are going to turn left. With negative, we are turning right. And we can find center by taking the last point. Okay, We cannot store center, this is for sure. Actually, what's the inverse of it's curvature. So I think the default direction should be horizontal, so maybe we can say that the default curvature is 0. Or not 0, infinity. Oh yeah, exactly. Actually, no, 0 means infinite radius. 0. Now we have padding, so best way to fix with padding is to just move the big stuff to the front of this struct. And also this. I mean, we still have padding at the end, but that's not a problem now. We'll store more state anyway. One fun thing, after like learning about assembly, I know that this offset is actually important. You don't want this to be larger than 127 ever, because if it's larger, then your instructions are going to be twice as large, like accessing this value. Let's rename this from fit circle to fit arc. Okay, we need not only curvature, but also direction. And how do we find direction? Yeah, when we have a single point, and for example curvature 1, a unit circle, the unit circle could touch our point from the bottom, top, right, left. We need one more value that would tell us the direction of the circle, which will probably also pass as a reference argument to this function. I don't remember the style guide. Should we pass const parameters at the end? Let's just scroll through this. I just want to find example of a function with const and non-const and see the order. Okay, const seems to be passed first. I mean, actually no, this is both const. Yeah, in-out parameters. Okay, so first comes input, then output. I think the moment we get 2 points, we don't need to track this. Anyway. Okay, actually this tangent and curvature, they are going to be usable by our widget because they tell us how we should arrange the icons when drawing them. So this is not a parameter, this is more like a variable that we can read. Okay, now when this radius can be very large, like it could be infinite, right? Okay, and when we are pruning this list, we should probably drop the number of points that corresponds to some distance. And if the points are too close, we should probably also keep dropping them. Or maybe not. No, actually no. If the points are too close, it's possible that the user, for example, switched from a straight motion and started doing something like that. Okay, so we will try using just the distance. The worst case is that it's going to be slow, but it's C++ anyway, so... I think as long as this fit arc is linear, probably shouldn't worry too much about too many mouse events. This cannot be quadratic. We just have to make sure we don't do anything silly like that. Let's say we will keep the last 5 values. So the number that we'll put here, like we could put x here. Initially I will put 5 or some history length. So basically I want to say that the history should be proportional to some number of values, for example 3 or 5, and I will use the unit angle and unit distance to convert this into a distance, essentially. And take the smaller value. Say we'll do this 5. we can convert this to radians. Actually, this requires too much thinking. Let me do the simpler case first. Or, I mean the fit arc. Or not. Let's do this actually. So a single unit takes 45 degrees. Okay. So we take the number of radians within a single unit, we divide it by curvature. This is how we are getting the length of an arc. Okay. So now we should compute the actual length of the history. Then we will take the length of the two first history elements. So I am slowly cutting the head of the tail, head of the kind of gesture, to have at least this max length, or maybe we should call this minimal length. Yeah. So if the arc is very, very large, we don't want to store the whole arc, just the distance corresponding to 5 values. Okay, and one more thing. Yeah, for instance, if I have a long squiggly line, then only the tangent is going to be important for the linear motion. For the curvature, we are going to use the angle of the last 2 points. Actually, this tangent, maybe instead of storing tangent, we should store the... Because tangent has issues with vertical lines. Maybe we should store this as sin cos. I think this fit arc may need some extra advice. Anyway. So let's take the vector from the last 2 points. So we have to project vector projection. What is that? And this gives us a float. Just this. Okay, it actually even scales this properly. So this is the value that should change our... So this is the delta that should change the value. Let's call this value diff. So if the curvature is not 0, then we need to find the angular distance. So from the tangent and curvature we can find the center of the circle. In terms of using correct units, I think using Belge would be interesting. I remember this article about Belges. The Cavalier Contours library uses Belges a lot. Okay, so here we need to compute the arc that we traveled. So I think we need to find the angle corresponding to last and angle corresponding to prev, to those 2 points. Let's call this current. Okay, if curvature is not 0, then we can find the center of the circle. We're going to do this differently, like that. Oh, actually, we don't need to compute that at all, because current minus center, can replace center with this. maybe I need to do some plus minus here to draw this properly. Yeah, I'm not sure if I need to put minus here or here. It's probably wrong. So just to stay safe, I will temporarily compute it like that. Still, I'm not sure if it should be plus or minus here. Anyway. Can I divide angles? No, I can't. Actually, this is in radian. Okay, let's do radians. Okay, now we have two values. We have linear motion and the angular motion. And I should compute the smaller value. trying to come up with names that will make it somewhat readable.
CP Chica says,
Hello.
Hey. Okay, now the hard part, which I don't know how to do, so I'm going to ask AI to help me. The thing is, this arc can probably be fit to points, even without those values. I mean, those values are only necessary when we have just 1 point in the points array. When we have 2 points, we can find those values correctly.
Why have I decided to separate Vulcan noodles early on?
I mean, you have to go through this if you if you're learning Vulkan, or you can just use a library made by someone else, but it's going to be wrong. So the hard part about Vulkan is that even once you split your own util libraries and you come up with your own kind of system for thinking about Vulkan, it eventually turns out to be wrong, because there is always a different way to use it. So if you're thinking like OpenGL programmer, yeah, the OpenGL abstractions just don't... I mean, you can build them on top of Vulkan, but it's just one way to use it.
Already learned that Vulcan works in reverse order of open dual door. Vulcan likes data to come last.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's kind of like compiling graphics pipeline.
And that is so illogical.
It is. It's very painful to work in this system. I think some kind of different, like completely different interface to Vulkan could work. Something similar to... Because in Vulkan you kind of have to build a sequence of operations, this graph essentially. And building a graph from a programming language, especially when the pieces that you need to build this graph may not be available. So you have to dynamically kind of figure out what to do if you don't have the right pieces. For example, if GPU doesn't support the right texture format, or it doesn't have the right extensions. Yeah.
Like, what data is Shotter even supposed to use?
Yeah. Memory management in Vulkan is... And semaphores and fences. Yeah, really the best way to think about the Vulkan is to think about it like a pipeline that you're building, and it's essentially like building a machine, like building a program that you're just then sending to the GPU, and then you can continuously feed it data. I'm actually amazed that Skia can do this for me. I don't even think about the Vulkan stuff. The only part of Vulkan that I actually have to think in Automat are synchronization primitives, because I do multi-threaded stuff.
Wait, I just realized I'm not passing surface to my physical device constructor. This will suck to fix.
Oh yeah. A monolith may not be such a bad idea for Vulkan. So having just a single massive kind of class that manages all your Vulkan resources.
And AI-matched vibes to our story.
Okay, I think some parts could be useful to this fitarc function. So history length, for instance.
Monolith is not bad for examples. But why does not anyone give you a hint like, hey, this could be done in this way?
Okay, I'm thinking that this is something that's pretty much doesn't depend on history. I can move this up as well. These mean values could be a parameter. It defines how flexible the gesture is going to be. Okay, so I think if history is long enough, we can just use the values computed by fitarg directly. But if it's short, then we probably want to bias it towards our current values. Okay, let's I wanted to change the signature of this function so that return will be passed as a return. And this will be more functional this way. Do you know what would be nice for Vulkan? If there was, because this graph that you're building in Vulkan, for most apps, this graph is kind of static. It's not like the app is going to build it differently each time. Depending on the available extensions, maybe it's going to be built differently, but typically, yeah, this graph is fairly constant. It would be nice to have some kind of way of designing those graphs, maybe separately or playing with them. I think something like some web app, like a web GPU environment for just playing with those pipelines could be nice. We could do this in Automat. We could have objects for manipulating Vulkan pipeline stages.
Doxa is closest I have found to a really usable third-party library.
Okay, here it starts. Okay, creating instance works like it should. I wonder what kind of extensions probably come later. So I guess those are requirements. Looks decent. I have some JavaScript framework vibes from Daxa. It's a very thin wrapper still. Yeah, but not having to use the super long Vulkan function. It reminds me of JavaScript frameworks because HTML DOM, document object model, it still has these obnoxiously long function names and type names. So typically JavaScript frameworks try to hide it using as short names as possible. This is nice. I haven't used this trick with preprocessor, but it actually is useful, yeah, for exchanging common data types.
Three hardest things in programming. 1. Catching tune, naming.
Okay, so the main function is almost OpenGL level of complexity, but those tasks are not so straightforward, because you have to build a graph, right? Yeah, looks nice. Looks like a decent wrapper, and I guess it could be even. Is it compiled? It is. That's interesting. So Linux apparently has three different ways for creating Vulkan surfaces. There is xlib, there is xcb, and Wayland. I'm going to start this. Looks nice. Thanks. Okay, I'm going to first submit whatever I wrote so far, so that AI isn't going to mess up my code. So about this file, I think I will go back the default. I think the operators should be always in a namespace.
One thing I for sure love about AI, guessing function signature correctly.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Do we need header? Yeah, I guess we need header. Why isn't LERP working? Okay, that should be good. I will submit this again. Let's just have it implement the function for us. It's thinking. Okay. Yeah, when there are fewer than 3 points, we want to have straight, zero curvature. That is solve 3 by 3. Okay, let's say it's good. And it's never less than 2. But okay, it's fine if it's handled. Yep. So this is some matrix with covariances and variances. I don't know this method, I don't know the Casa method. Yeah, sure, looks good. You can have max radius. No, we don't want to use the last segment. Come on. So in this case, we should use correlation as the, how is it called? The most stretched direction, the dominant direction of the set of points. Here it's fighting with tangents, so this whole block could probably be simplified. Okay, we definitely don't need this. We absolutely don't need this. Okay, let's accept this file. And reject this. Be static, it should also be static. Actually, the direction should be obtainable from those sums. Anyway, I want to hook this up to the widget so that we can see how it works. So let's go to instruction, CC. We will alter the draw function, our condition code widget. The thing we want to do now is to find the where is it? Find action. Yeah. Be right back. Okay, and we're back. GUI action trigger, yeah. GUI pointer. Okay, so we have our condition code widget. We need a class for the action. If I remember correctly, yeah, the only thing we need to implement is the update. I really like the refactor that I've done to the action class. Just one function to implement. And the widget needs to be passed as a... Okay, I'm using reference here, which... So technically speaking, it should work. No, it doesn't have to work. It has to be weak pointer. Okay. This is our action. We can log it just to see if it's working correctly. We need to create this knob. This knob instance is going to be created by the yeah, we are getting updates. Nice. Within the action. So here we will have a we can parameterize the knob. Actually, the default values will be fine for us. So I will keep it like this. So if by a miracle everything in Nopsys is correctly, then we should see increasing values as we drag. Okay. Tangent looks correct, it points right. Curvature says 0, which doesn't seem right. What is happening? Why is curvature 0 but somehow it still works? Are we not copying the curvature out? Yes, we are not. Yeah, we need some debug visualization to see what's happening here. Yeah, when I do those circles, the values are increasing too slowly, and yeah, because I think we are using minimum here, we should be using maximum. So a single turn should increase the value by what? 8? Yeah. Way too much, way too much. Okay, this large curvature means that the center of the circle is very, very far away. The curvature, I also see that it's never negative. When I do this, and when I do...
Deep fried cooler chicken says.
Have you played Anonymous Hacker Simulator?
No, no, I don't know that one. Looks interesting. I could try. Okay, this is not an Anonymous Hacker Simulator. Check something. Okay. At least there is that. It's not made by Playway. So we have a company in Poland that cranks a lot of simulators. Simulators of everything. It's nice change to see something made by a different company. They make very bad simulators, by the way. Okay, this curvature that we are getting here is very wrong, but I think we should display it. It should be seen inside the widget. So I think we should just keep those values in the widget. And when we move, I will just copy them out so that when we draw it, we will output some debug information.
CP Chica says,
Okay, folks, I'm happy you're happy.
Oh, we have to wake the animation. I forgot about this. Seems like could be doing something. I need to change one thing. I need to offset it to the current pointer position. So to prepare, just for debugging, I will need this. Okay, so when I'm turning left, it seems to nicely track the center. But when I'm turning right, yeah, the curvature is never negative. So this is because of the way we are finding tangent. We always assume that tangent is from the last 2 points. Which it kind of is. So I can rotate like that. When I rotate like that, also I can move the mouse in straight lines. But only in this direction. For better debugging, I can do this. This will cause our widget to not be cached into a texture. So from now on, we can draw arbitrarily large, I mean not arbitrarily large surface. It's just, we're still using the texture of the parent card, but it should be easier to see now. There we go. So I can even move the circle here. So when I move it up or down, so as long as I move in one direction, it seems to work fine. Now we are scrolling horizontally, now we are scrolling vertically. Something interesting happened here. I would like to visualize tail so that we can see the tail of our gesture, the history. And to do this properly, we are going to need to add debug function here, I think. Or maybe not. Okay, we didn't define any constructor, so we should have a default copy constructor. So let's do this. It's still working better than I expected. Okay, let's do the history now. And history should have a lot of points, because we are, like I said, we are getting 1000 points per second. It seems we are keeping half a circle around in memory. This is what, I think here, turn like that. This is our circle. It's not bad. The circle fits the path very, very nicely. And we don't see the latency, but there could be so many points here. Yeah, you can see they are very densely packed. Now not so much. Okay, I would like to start by solving the sign of the curvature so that we can turn in both directions.
What does CP standard consider weak reference to shared PTR?
Okay, this kind of terminology, this can be decoded in so many ways. The question. Weak reference. Weak reference, I guess weak reference is a pointer, right? Weak pointer to shared pointer. Or a weak variant of shared pointer. So weak reference is kind of the same like as weak and shared, essentially the same. They use different counters within the
So shared PTT debt get?
Yeah. I'm not quite sure what you mean. I was recently implementing shared pointers, and my implementation works very similar to how the standard library has this implemented. And the thing is, shared pointer is like every object managed by shared pointers has an implicit one weak pointer. And when all of the shared pointers go away, the object is destroyed, and the final weak reference is also destroyed. It has this funky property. It works. If you're not using multi-threading, don't worry about shared pointers. You just use because the thing with shared pointers and weak pointers is that they do atomic counter increments. That's the whole point of them. It uses atomic counters, which are needlessly slow. I actually want to have a separate type of pointers just for the stuff that I always use from a single thread. Okay, I'm going to change this class again.
Slow counted.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how it causes why it causes the CPU. I guess the core has to consult some cache before continuing anything that depends on those operations. Still, a lot of those operations are using the best memory ordering possible. None of them is sequential, that's the important part. But they are still. Actually, I could have atomic prefix in in Automat's instruction. Multi-threading will be fun in assembly. Okay, curvature. Okay, it seems that the algorithm is finding the center of the circle as it executes. It's just a side effect of this algorithm. Okay, so I'm going to store the radius and center. And I'm just going to use infinity. Just see we're using this radius here. You can just use out radius, and now radius is unused, I think. I think the same with center. This value is used only in some places. Maybe not unchanged. Let's say undefined to be safe. Or maybe no. Maybe we could just have this.
Only thing I value about myself using NeoVim instead of Bevscode is me closing tabs buffers. I don't need it anymore.
I never tried NeoVim. I was never a big Vim user though. Wow, slow down. So we need new tangent, new radius, and a new center.
Neither was I until I got riddled by a weird bug that I could not fix, which was alt key, not being reported as in key to MX Dutch. We still didn't fix the tangent. Okay, we just broke stuff. We just
made it not work anymore. Oh, now it works. Come on, come on. Yeah, the fitting code completely broke now. So strange. Maybe I think this could be what's happening. We could be removing too much history. Okay, so here I'm saying that we only need 5. Yeah, the arc is growing, and suddenly we are getting a very tiny one, and it cuts the history off. But the issue should be with the arc function, like fit arc. Maybe there is a code path which never sets the radius. Let's see. Sets. This one doesn't set. Let's ignore this. Okay, on all code paths we are setting radius now. That couldn't have been the issue, I think. Yeah. I need to print those values. Maybe some of them is not a number or something like that. So we found the right radius. Center also seems fine. We got wrong tangent. Tangent shouldn't change anything. This is our tangent. We don't need any of that. Now it doesn't work in any direction. So I am getting no radius for some reason. Maybe it's too large. I must have messed something in the math code. I hope solved is true. If solved is true, but we are still getting infinity radius, then I messed something up here. Solved 0. And now we are getting a solution. Okay, maybe this minimum radius is too small. Oh yes, this is minimum radius squared. This should be solvable, like this shape here. It should give us a value. Okay, now it's much more willing to solve the shape. I have a long line. Thinks this is the shape of the circle. Every now and then we are getting very small result. No, at least we are solving this most of the time. Maybe this. We were going so fast. And now I kind of changed from curvature to radii and everything went it's solving so nicely. But it started working only after I held it for some time. When I touch this again and start moving, I need to start making very fast movements for it to pick up, to start working. This is just a strange circle. What is up with that? Oh, it probably... this algorithm. Maybe it thinks the sequence of points matters? Because when I start doing this, it starts giving me sometimes... yeah, solutions like this one. It's very far away from where I started.
The average brain says,
Hi, do you remember me?
Hey. No, not really. What did we chat about? Okay, I know what could be the issue. Yes, I know. This... oh, suddenly the circle fits perfectly.
I forgot. But I was the one who made operating systems.
Did you have a different nickname? Or no, sorry, no. Operating systems.
No.
Yeah, I just mixed with Captain Chica. He's doing some embedded stuff.
CP Chica says,
I am also the one makes operating
Yeah.
systems.
The IoT stuff.
If they have shared OS before, maybe it would help us remember who they are.
Okay, I've spent so much effort going from curvature to radius, but I think I should go back to curvature now. Because it...
You know you kinda can forget author of OS, but not the OS.
it is something like that, yeah. So I have this situation where I'm moving mouse left and right, but it thinks I'm scrolling on a circle, on a circle essentially. So the function which finds the center and radius has to be changed. There is the case where I'm switching from circle going one way into circle going other way, which causes the center of the circle to get closer and to get smaller. And really what should happen here is that the circle should suddenly flip to the other side and not slowly approach this position. If I use minus here, what will happen? Am I doing something with these tangents? should be the opposite way. Maybe I should keep more points. Maybe that will help. Okay, so in a case like this one, we should calculate maybe the error of this. I think if this error is very large, if the points are highly correlated, yeah, I think this solution is just wrong. There is a better circle that can be found if we used very large radius. The algorithm has to be wrong. What is it called? Casa method. A circle like this one should have very high radius. It should not be small and located here. Maybe I need to change this back. No. Still finding the absurd solution. I think this casa method tries to minimize radius. It probably has some radius minimization factor. Still thinking. Search once again for this method.
Did you know if you assert call to bool returning function, it will always assert for whatever reason?
Yeah, assert is a macro if I remember. Maybe not always, but yeah. Yeah, actually I don't know why to fail.
That's stupid, Stattercast. Can't cast R value return from fucknation, Josh.
Yeah. Just a C++ thing.
Just random defined behavior being ubi practiced. And only valid because a certain macro does not know about your function signature. Like, why?
I think the reason is some of the ndebug thingies.
Just define it as function 30 years later.
Yeah, it could be a function. So there is this requirement that ndebug should disable asserts, but it could just redefine the assert into something harmless. An empty function that does nothing, or void cast. Just nothing.
It can define assert.
But the value within assert also should not be evaluated if you have ndebug, but it still can be done with just conditional. It could be a conditional macro, kind of, I think. Okay, so this is exactly the issue we are having. This method, yeah, it really tries to find small radii. See the next result.
In doing this from now on.
URL.
Also robot generated.
It's fun that LLMs tend to generate unreadable code because they think that it kind of has to be unreadable. But this kind of assert, it doesn't give you the one thing you actually want, which is that the condition should not be evaluated. So the assert name itself, it has to be a macro. Upsale logging is nicely defined. Instead of asserts, you have those check macros. Oh yeah, check macro is an assertion. If you're annoyed with C asserts, this is what I would recommend. And it is properly disabled in release mode, so the check macro, the message, all of this is excluded from binary in release mode. And you have some fancy assertions that will cause a crash in the bug build, but cause an error message to be logged in release. Really nice logging library. Actually, I could switch to this. I could get rid of the Automat logging and switch to using that instead. The API of my logging is actually modeled after Upsale, but Upsale has more features.
Yeah, I shall probably hide assert behind macro. But I would not like to deal with defining ensures as macros. On second thought, ensures should probably throw.
I'm not a throwing person myself. So here is what I'm going to do. I will submit this. And then I will ask the AI to implement the Tobin method.
Any it's CP, so it's light. Here is bunch of tools. Good luck, have fun.
At least the tools are fast, so there is that. But yeah, it's like building universe from scratch.
Should I properly build a universe from scratch, while it's not too late to remove CP?
You still have universe to build if you're using C. Unless you're fine with, printf logging and assert macro. This is kind of the same.
No. CPP is Universe Builder Simulator 2. But C is Big Bang Creator.
And we also have games like what's this? Roller Coaster Tycoon Deluxe, which was implemented in assembly. I mean, with heavy macro-based assembler, but still.
Back in day when it was plausible to write assembly.
Okay, something is happening here. That looks fine. What is this? Those checks, they don't make any sense. Yeah, this is bullshit. All of this is bullshit. Let's try again. Let's try different model now. Maybe this, Sonnet Thinking. What is this large F? Let's see. Okay, this is more understandable to me. Starting from a centroid, yeah. It doesn't necessarily tell us where the center of the circle is going to be, or if the circle is fully circular, I mean, then the centroid is going to be near the center. Anyway. Okay, so we have many iterations here. But this is a least square method. Okay, there is a whole book about this. Nice. This looks like a rabbit hole. Check this one. Oh wow, it's incredibly fast. But it's also incomplete. Let's take this. Reject all, yes. So we need a class for a circle. I guess this is just 4, and this is just 3, right? But that's a nice way to code this. It doesn't hurt.
Cheesef says,
What's up, man?
Hey,
How are you?
doing well. I've just opened the rabbit hole, but I found a great page. So, how do we fit a circle to a line, right? With sequence of points.
Yo, that's some cool talking function. What are you making?
We're doing, okay, to put long story short, we're making visual effects. Specifically right now, I want to have a nice way to turn a knob. However, it's not so simple. Discuss a method.
Where are you from, man?
Hey, so I'm from Poland. Okay, what is the circle here? Auxiliary files, circle class. Oh wow, this is nice. Let me grab those things. Also, all of this can be moved inside. I'm only going to use this here, or maybe I should not. So we have this data class for data points. I think I'm removing this fit arc function. We don't need... Or maybe I'm not removing it quite yet. I will get rid of this. Move the fit arc below. This data class isn't that bad actually. I will borrow it. However, I will inline whatever I can. Also constructor.
PP Chica says,
I preferred functions more.
URL.
This is another take on assert. It's not for you to like, it has to be, so this type of function is something you don't really read. It's also not visible on stack traces anywhere, so even if there are macros, you don't really have to worry about them. I mean, the evaluation, maybe it could be evaluated in a different way. So actually, if you're building in debug mode, it could be a regular function. If you're building in release mode, it could be a macro, so it could change the type, between modes. Anyway, center. Let's take center. Let's put 2 here. Oh, I need sigma. Where is sigma defined? Auxiliary functions.
He'll probably end up removing it later, but currently I just want quick access to core dumps and stack traces, so I'm fine with what hotpile fight encoded chars.
Okay, let's just pass n. Copy the data in. Okay, does it always work? Or does it have any failure condition where it fails? When points are collinear, right? Apparently it works always. Cool. Yeah, this is what I want. Absolutely. Now, there is one more thing I want. I would like to maintain the kind of direction here. So I have a sequence of points. But when I do a movement like that, right? Now the points are increasing when I turn clockwise. I can do this, and now they should be increasing when I turn anti-clockwise. So I want this widget, this scroll wheel, to be kind of rewindable. Instead of 3, let's go back to 5. This should make the circle more stable. And I'm afraid this could be kind of damaging the performance now. It's not. Somehow it's still working. Ah, radius is not a number. There we have it. This is an error case we have to handle.
URL.
Whoa. Looks like the most over-engineered assert I've seen. Just based on the readme size. Cool. Hey, that's nice. Coloring the function signature. And stack trace? How does it get stack traces? Dependencies. Dependencies are pain. I wonder how that works when you have multiple libraries that use Magic Enum.
Low pass effect.
Okay. At least it has... it's not header only, because header only libraries with dependencies,
Low pass effect.
they can make compilation a torture. Wow. Wow. So it even tries to match the syntax that you used in equality comparison. This is crazy. This is what one might build if you just spend years working on just assertion library with everything. Color schemes. Okay, this page is amazing. I love people like that who publish non-trivial code. So Nikolai Chernov, next to, I think, Bernstein? No.
That guy should be hired by STD, commits to just build asserts.
So this circle fitting algorithms is, I put this next to the elliptic curve by this dude. He's also publishing all of his source code as just source files that you can download from here. Yeah. Here is the library. I don't know where to put this. I'll put this in my random bookmarks directory. This is amazing. I remember Levenberg Marquardt. What was that?
Also, don't forget nothings. He should probably move away from GitHub and just slap his code on random website type.
I remember this stuff from school. I don't remember what we used it for. So this looks like fairly simple algorithm, single loop, and that's it. Nice comments. Oh, there are go-tos. Okay, I see. So there are loops, and it's hard to say how many. Interesting. At least with traditional control flow, I can at a glance tell the complexity of the algorithm. But here it's... who knows? There are like at least 3 loops. There is this one here, there is try again, and next iteration.
As many as there are needed.
Okay, now what I want to do is I want to maintain the direction of the circle, like the winding. So if I'm winding left here and I do this flip, the winding should reverse. I think I can do this from outside. So when I have this tangent, I noticed that so tangent is 180, and when the circle flips, yeah, it suddenly jumps. I think I can detect that. So if a difference in the tangent is greater than 90 degrees, then I can rotate the direction, essentially. Or maybe there is something in the circle? No, there is probably not. I am going to try to bring back alpha. Yeah, alpha is messing up everything. I can use crazy high values, that's not an issue. Direction. I need to track direction now. Okay, this method of finding tangent is wrong. Okay. There's no way to compare those angles. I can take a difference. Now weird things are happening. Actually, do I need this tangent for anything? Only for drawing lines. So tangent should tell me in which direction the values should increase. So if I have something like that, tangent should not be dependent on previous point. Okay, so if there was a big change in tangent, I can do this. Weirdly, seems to work. Okay, let's try to log the value. So first let's see how moving the pointer in straight line, how it works. Crazy happened to value. Why is it increasing so fast? Now I'm turning clockwise and it's increasing. And now I'm turning counterclockwise and it's increasing. And also move in a line and it's still going to increase. Nice. This angular diff, it's not necessary, actually. Or maybe it is. Yeah, I would like to have it for small movements like this. Angle is shooting up like crazy. Oh, shouldn't pass radius here. Value should be decreasing. Why is it increasing? Okay, and now it jumped a lot. should not be positive. Okay, I made a circle and we are 8 units. We advanced by 8 units, which is exactly what I would expect. When I do circle in the opposite direction, we are 8 units back. 16, 24 roughly. And when the circle is large, I need to use some fake center. It's fun that I can do 8 that increases, and if I reverse, I can do 8 shape that decreases. So we're correctly maintaining the winding value now. Strange that the value increases so slowly now. What did we change? We didn't change anything right now. I should allow smaller circles. Using fake center could be wrong. Now it looks good. think this should help. So now the values should be increasing. Still increasing, good. Now we are decreasing values, good. Yeah, looks very good. Decrease those values. Yeah. Okay, I think it's time to use this to actually draw different symbols. Okay, I think we'll just take pretty much, actually no, it was in a good position. I need to have a function which will draw this at a different offset. different position. Okay, errors. Give me errors. I know there are some. They have to be. Okay, somehow this works. Maybe let's... I don't know. Let's have a boolean is dragging. It looks good. So when the action starts, okay, tick. This is the function that we need. Actually, this condition code that we have here, let's convert it into float. Just actually this should happen in tick. Here. Look at that, we can change condition codes as the animation is. This is also nice when it's empty. Of course, this is not how we are going to draw them. We are going to use the direction, the tangent of the circle that we are finding. To kind of draw them slightly off center, I mean. So we should move towards the center of the circle. Actually, no, we should move we can rotate around point, so we don't need to do those translations. No, this is all wrong, all wrong. But we're getting there. You can see that this value kind of jumps in place and then rotates out. Instead of radius, we should rotate by gauge radius, or more than that, twice that maybe. And definitely not by this. So let's do gauge radius times 2. I think if radius is larger, we should use radius instead of this value here. This is more like minimum.
I've tried to use Vulkan AP in C now. It is about 10x more usable in C than in CP, even when using official CP wrapper. Deutsch Deutsch Deutsch.
Yeah, it was really meant for C usage.
Even Robot has beef with Kronos.
No, this was good. This was good. Okay, now I can scroll them up and down. Yeah, and the scrolling seems to work nice. when I move this horizontally, yeah, I can scroll them also horizontally. And it switches to this kind of scrolling. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. I think if we had clip now, it could possibly work. I think this center should use -90. Also, instead of 90, maybe 60 should be enough. So they will be more tightly packed now. Should be 45 probably. Next thing I wanted to do is I wanted to snap this. It would be in the tick phase. Okay, now it comes back to the initial position. So we are not able to kind of lose the value. I guess we should add what next? I would like to increase this radius when I'm dragging in a straight line. When I'm dragging horizontally, like this too. Okay. I just updated the animation function so that it does one more final update. Or maybe it wasn't necessary. Let me see. Yeah, I think it was a mistake. It was working fine. Or maybe it wasn't. So what I'm expecting is this should turn into a drop. But that should happen even without me moving this card. Okay. Let's do this then. Okay, I don't have a way to change the condition code.
If FTL do type of ships have required base ship that has to be used to unlock them true.
I don't recall. Honestly, I beat FTL with just one ship, the default one. I didn't replay it on different ones. I wasn't really 100%ing FTL.
I want to unlock all ship achievements to get Steam Banner.
So I may take a look at FTL, but I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. I still want to finish the Skyrim macro thingy. And Oblivion also sounds interesting. Okay, when I build this now, it should just crash. Because I don't have the setter, I never set the setter. Yeah, looks good. Don't I initialize this to 0? I do. Okay. Ah, I see. The knob. It's overwritten. Okay, we can switch stuff. And it's persistent. It actually stores the new value. I think I just need to do the wraparound in draw. Here. Okay, that should do the cyclic drawing. What is happening? Ah, I see. Or not. Or I don't see. We're just keeping too many... We are not cleaning the history when we are starting the dragging. I have no idea what's happening, but we definitely have to clear the history. Oh yeah, that was this weird state. Here. What was that? me it looks like this this float. Because I think this is the last one. Overflow, or sorry, first one. And this, let's close this. What condition code was that? Cause the glitch again, somehow. Glitch, please. Okay. So we have overflow and the other one. I think this is greater. I think the value could be not a number here. Or infinity or something like that. Nope, it still happens. I will have to log some stuff. apparently this will happen all the time when I'm crossing the 0 boundary. Yep. Okay, that was just the order of instruction. Playing tricks. Yeah, it doesn't happen anymore. I can scroll up and down, left and right. Can do circles. Radius, yes, I wanted to increase the radius. Yes, sometimes radius is infinity, which causes issues. Okay, number of degrees that we want to rotate, the rotation. This has to be, we have to figure out this dynamically. So we would like the circles to touch. So let's try to draw this. We want to rotate some circles. Should be touching. This is our radius. This is the gauge radius. So we can create a triangle which will look something like that. To a line. Okay, the distance between those two is k gauge radius times 2. K gauge radius divided by radius equals is the sine of our alpha. So we need to do arcsine of this times 2. This still doesn't, it's not going to work with straight lines, but we will fix this in a moment. I could actually approximate lines as very large circles. 1 kilometer, right? This is a very large radius. I wonder if it's going to work. Maybe floating point accuracy is going to hit us. Yep, it's just not moving at all. Now we should have working linear scrolling. The fact that they change direction can be super confusing. Yeah, like now. I guess I should do something about this direction of maintenance. Okay, I've just made the rotation slower. So previously we had 8 values per full turn, now we have 6. There's still so many tiny things to fix, but it's fun to play now. This scroller. And scroll this in any direction. So now the plus is below minus. I can just do this. Where are they? Yeah, and now they are reversed. Yeah, and you can really move it in any direction. Okay. Things that we still need to do. Okay, knob gesture is completed. We should change the mouse cursor when we are over this widget. Let's see what we can do about that. Then we should do wiggling. We should... I need to figure out how to animate the water spill. because it's something that's outside of the widget, and also animate also the water level. And the boundary, the lights at the boundary of the object, I think we also will have to animate them differently. Maybe fading. Then we will have to clip the scroll effect and do all of the other things. when I move them linearly, I would like to change this. They are moving slightly too fast. Now they are moving, they are sticking to my mouse cursor. One annoying thing is the direction. Direction should stay the same. But okay. Let's add this to the to-do list. Maybe we can use the mouse cursor. We can do the mouse cursor today. Still, getting late, so trying to get as much done as possible. Let's add a new icon. All scroll, yeah. was good, and we also need to do this on Windows. See what icons do we have on Windows. This one, Sizzle. Okay, those are obsolete, but they look nice. But okay, I will use this one. Let's see if the cursor works. Okay, maybe I should push this when I start the action, I'm thinking. I have an idea how to maintain the direction of the cursor. Instead of clearing the history, I will shift it so that it touches the current position of the mouse. Will this cause problems? Maybe. We'll see. We have debugging active, so we should see the effect of this on the debug layer. Let's say I move it like that. Oh. Also, we are keeping a lot of this history. Five values. Maybe let's change that to 3. Actually, this is just perfect. I can move left, right, switch to up and down. It's like it's learning, right? Okay, so that problem is fixed. I think cursor should change before I... Before I click anything, like here, right? When I move the cursor to some area, it changes to show what will happen when I click. You know what? I guess it's fine. It's good enough, the cursor behavior. Okay, I still have a few things to do. Okay, this wiggle on hover. I don't think I will do this. I think that would be slightly annoying. I will definitely do the wiggle on mouse press. So we will need some kind of velocity maintenance. Okay, water. Let's take care of water. Maybe we can still do some more things today. I'll close the window. Or you know what? This water should be simple. I will take care of this another time. So I guess today was a very successful day. We have something that allows us to scroll through different values. And when we change this value, the widget, the instruction also changes immediately. Change this to overflow. There is overflow here.
And I have broken nerves from Vulcan.
It tends to do that. Yeah, I did attempt direct Vulkan once, but it's just so much effort and using a wrapper doesn't really hurt in this case. Anyway, have to go. See you next time. Bye bye.